Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? Let's see what we can get into today. I'm not sure what I'm going to do just yet. Oh, there's people here. I forgot I logged out here. I was tired. Was tired. Good morning, Vor. How you doing, bud? All right, let's see who's on. Low-level players on today. Debating what we want to do. More grind. Nice, nice. Very, very nice. Is this the best way to run back? I guess it is. Debating if I want to go and try to do, let's see, herbalism is, do I want to keep working on herbalism today? It's at 145. We know where the Dragon's Vigil is. So we could work on that. Are there any groups? What's on the agenda? You know, I don't know yet, T-Con. I don't know yet. I think I might work on Alchemy a little bit. I want to be able to get to these right here. I think these are... I don't think I can do these still. Let's find out. Nope, still can't do those. I believe those are... I don't know what those are. But I know where they spawn, so I'm going to try to get my herbalism and alchemy up. I've been trying to work on that a little bit last couple of days. So I might work on that a little bit. There's a couple items that I want to go try to camp. I do want to try to play my wizard some more. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm torn right now. I didn't sleep well last night. How'd everybody else sleep? You guys sleep okay? Was it a me thing that I didn't sleep well, or was it the whole world? I'm guessing it was a me thing. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't sleep very well. Hey, what's going on, Jared? How you doing, bud? Welcome back, my friend. Welcome back. Glad to see you. But yeah, I don't know. I woke up last night. Holy moly. That is some fog. But yeah, I woke up last night in the middle of the night a couple times. I just couldn't go back to sleep. You never sleep well? Oh, that's a bummer, man. Sometimes I have trouble falling asleep. But then normally once I'm asleep, I'm okay. But lately, like, you know, the last several months, a year maybe, I haven't had trouble falling asleep, and I've been staying asleep. But the last couple of days, oh man, I couldn't turn my brain off. It's been bothering me. Just nonstop. I worry, you know? Like, I worry about things. So, we'll see what's going on. But yeah, as for today, working on Alchemy some. We'll probably do that loop. I'm going to try to get these last 5 points in Herbalism. And then we're going to go try to get the Mage Bloom. Because we got yesterday 2047. We got 47 of the Vigil. I did get 5 Enchanted Fronds. Enchanted is for... Which tier is that? That would be tier 3. Is Enchanted... Is that Arcane? It's just magic. Regular magic powder. So, yeah. I need to get more of the arcane powder. I need to get on Kaz, too, and just steal his herbs. His herbs. I did finally get a little bit more gear, so we're getting close. We're getting close to Bis gear. I got the shoulders. I need to get the helmet still. I need to get a breastplate. And I need to get some new legs. And my legs are kind of garbo. So I got to work on that. I don't know. I've got a lot to do on this character if I want to, you know, max it out to be able to do the things that I want to do. But I also want to play some other classes. But I feel like if I can get to... Might as well get this while I'm here. If I can get to... what am I trying to say? I forget. Man, my brain is not working today. I may as well just turn the camera off, not talk, and just play. Whatever. But yeah. Oh, it was alchemy. If I can get my alchemy up enough to be able to make the speed of the wild potions, that'll help me with leveling up other classes. I could also get the thorny barrier potion, which helps out for the first couple levels. What is my leather working at? All right. Okay. Almost to Night Harbor. Oh, look at that cute little rat. Oh, look at it. I haven't seen a cute little white rat before. Okay, let's go. Let's go get a refresh on Sal, and then we're going to go over to the other side of the world. I really want to get this alchemy up. Really want to get it up. And the only way to do that is getting a lot of herbs. A lot of herb. Do. Time is it in game? Let's see. Looks like. Let's see if I can guess what time it is. Sun is almost up there. It's gonna be like 1 p.m. 12 p.m. I was close. I felt like the sun is a little bit over to the side. A little over to the side. Yeah, I feel like there's people out there that did jewel crafting and various other crafting and leveled it up. But I don't feel like many people did alchemy. I feel like alchemy is definitely the hardest one to level. At least prior to the changes. I think after the changes, they're all pretty challenging, but alchemy's still probably the hardest. Oh boy, I don't know if I'm going to make it. It depends on how fast this sow is. It was not fast enough. Must have had a low level sow. I wish that I wish this told you what level your sow was. Like if it's from a level 60, they need to just like normalize that. I think they need to normalize it. Because if you get it from a level 60, you want to maintain it because it's 60%. That 20%, like that 20% difference from here to here is huge. It's massive. Alright, let's go do this rotation. Probably for a little while we see if anybody else gets on. Gem encrusted staff. Let's see, how's that? 1 damage. Ooh. Okay, how are we doing here? No updates, no skills yet. This goes up slowly. You know, at least mining wasn't too bad because there were a lot of nodes. And you just like, dude, node. You know, certain level ranges, mining was kind of bad and awful to level. Somebody come over here and kill the named? Wait, what the heck? Huh. Somebody kill that placeholder? It's weird. I've never seen that not up. I assume there's a name there. I don't even know if there is, but I've never seen that not up. And everything else was up around it, which is weird. Very, very weird. Worst skill to level in the game is block, followed by herbalism. Only herbalism is useful. Block's not too hard to level, but it is if you're not a tank. It's a pain in the butt to level if you're not a tank. Because don't you have block on like a couple classes that are just not tanks? I recommend people start, well, not really start with block, but start with defense. because you want to keep your defense pretty high for anybody, so that when you do take hits, you don't get hit as often. Yeah, highly recommend the defense trait. I started this character with block, I think. Let me look. Shieldman or whatever. Yeah, I started with Shieldman because I know that at level 10, I'm going to stop using shield. You know, I don't know if this will work or not, but did you know that block caps out at 100 skill? So, like, I'm wondering if maybe they should just increase block. Increase the chance of the skill. Just so that you block more often. But that might break the game. I don't know. Yeah, it caps at 100. Which is part of the problem. So, like, if it... There's just no... I don't know. I don't know what words I'm trying to use. Words are hard for me today. Yeah, just, like, you can't get the skill high enough to where you would actually block anything. Like, at level 60, using block, I think I would block... This is at capped block, at least on alpha. I was blocking, like, 1, maybe 2 attacks per mob. It just wasn't worth it. Maybe only tank classes above 50 can get higher than 100. Like, should be like that, maybe. Yeah, I mean, I think so, yeah. I think that... Well, I mean, I don't know if that would work. I don't know what the math, the calculation is, right? Be chilling. Like, I don't... If the calculation maybe gets to a point where you block too often, and if you have really high agility and really high block and parry and dodge, maybe that just... Because, like, your parry and dodge... dodge caps at 180 and parry caps at 200. So maybe that's why they did that. They capped them lower because it would make you too strong. I don't know what the math is. But that's the only thing that I can think of, since they don't cap at 300 along with other skills. Because if you get up to 300 with it, maybe you could go full agility and just be an avoidance tank. And then, you know, armor class and mitigation, your actual damage reduction doesn't matter as much. I just ran past your Bard. Well, hello, Bard. Hope you're having fun playing the Bard. I actually really like the Bard class. I just want them... I want them to reduce the effectiveness of charm on the bards and increase the effectiveness of some of their abilities, their spells, their songs. I guess block might be increased by agility. I didn't think of that. It is, yeah. Block is increased by agility. Block, dodge, and parry. The higher your agility, the higher chance you have to do all 3 of those. At least that's my understanding. You know, if somebody knows the math and can correct me on that, then, you know, I'll be happy to listen. But my understanding is that all 3 of those are affected by agility. It's weird that flower pops there, or that plant pops there. It's a weird spot for it. 50 Bard told me songs past 30 suck. Hope they boost. They do. So a Bard, you know, it feels really bad for a Bard. A Bard in a party doesn't really want to dual wield. They want to use an instrument, because that instrument boosts the effectiveness of their stats. So then a bard is only doing single attacks with one weapon. So that feels really bad. There are some instruments you can get, like a flute that's a dagger, so you could put it in your offhand and have a dagger that still boosts your songs. They just need to itemize more for the bards if they're going to have them be dual wield and not double attack. I would prefer bards to get dual wield and double attack, so that at least when they are wielding an instrument, they still get at least double attack. But when they don't wield an instrument, so their effectiveness of their spells are now 20 to 30% less, they should get that extra benefit of dual wield with double attack. So being able to get quad hits per round. So they could go to be a DPS bard. Last night, I think a guy in my party got a little bit upset. He didn't really voice it too much. He took it okay. But a bard in my party won the 20% haste belt from a mob, and the rogue in the party was like, DPS bard, meh, and like made kind of a little snide comment about it. Didn't say anything else, didn't like start an argument, but you know, do bards really need to have haste? Like, that's the thing right now. Bards in a group just feel kind of off. They feel off, right? They just feel off. That belt will break friendships. That mob will break friendships. Because it's just that one mob alone has at least 5 items. It's got 2 shoulders, wrist, belt, weapons. It's got 6 items on it that I know of, that I've seen. 5 of those items are literally best in slot items. Like, why? It's crazy. You got the spear? Yeah, I need the spear still. I have the belt. I have one of the wrists. I have the shoulders. I need the spear. It's just crazy, man. They really... That itemization pass was terrible. But yeah, I could use one more shoulder, and I could use the spear. That mob is just going to be like super camped. But there's another weapon that I would actually rather have, I think. Like, that weapon is nice. The spear is nice. But I think there's another weapon I'd rather have. Because it's got AC on it. Whereas the spear has the proc. I don't know why DPS want that spear so badly. I mean, it's a good spear. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not trying to say it's bad for DPS. But the proc on it is a lot of threat. It's a lot of threat. How much strength is on the spear? Because there's other weapons that have strength on them. So, I don't know. It's got 10. So it's got decent amount of strength on it. It makes sense. Yeah, like my weapons have this one has 8 strength, 6 dex. I would say that this is a better weapon for a lot of people. And oop, that's not my other weapon. Huh. And then my other weapon I think is 8 strength. Where the heck is my stirring stick? Yeah, this one's got 7 strength on it. But yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to get the two AC weapons, like dual wield those, like this one, and then the other one that has 10 AC on it. I'm trying to get those 2. That's what I would prefer for tanking, dual wield tanking, because they have, you know, that's an extra 20 AC or 19 AC for those 2 weapons combined, which is probably better for a tank. Although the other one, the proccing spear, has that threat on it. So when it procs, it does gain threat. I got a range slot item that's 3 wisdom, 5 HP. Yeah, see, some of that stuff, man, just doesn't make sense. I would get, if you want a good ranged item for casters, there's one now that's got like 30 mana and 30 health and some AC on it. It's really solid item. Because it has straight mana and health on it. Do you know if it still generates threat if it gives the mob has stronger effect on the message? I think it does. I don't know though, Hoss. Like I don't want to say for sure cuz I don't know. But I'm pretty sure even if you try to cast a spell on something and it doesn't land, it still generates threat. Because that spear is just a lower level version of the shaman proc, right? Or the shaman debuff. So, yeah, if you're playing a shaman or an enchanter, does enchanter get that infirmary as well? Or is it just shaman? Yeah, so I don't think that proc is really... Oh, gosh. Shoot. Missed the jump. I don't think that proc is really that worth it. Which is why I don't understand why DPS want it so badly. I mean, I wouldn't take it from a DPS. There's definitely better weapons that are less sought after. So they could get a better weapon. I also want to look at... I would love to talk to a rogue and find out how much damage they do with like the whalebone spear. Hang on. Because the whalebone spear is the highest damage delay ratio that I know of that a rogue can use. The wrist from Horvarth, look, it's this right here, this Onyx Vambracer. So that's the stats on it, which is really good because it's got strength and stamina. My other wrist technically would be better for... well, I don't know if it's better for tanking, but it's equally as good for tanking because I get 2 more stamina and then 5 less HP. So it's like 15 more health overall from this wrist, but 2 less AC. So it's like, what's worth more? 15 health, 2 less AC, or 3 strength, or 3 strength, 2 AC. I would say the 3 strength is probably worth more, which is why I would like to have a second Onyx Bracer. So I need to go to Horvarth again and camp that longer and try to get the spear and a second bracer. But I might just end up buying a second bracer. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Because I would rather get the other club. The only issue with the blunt weapons, though, is you can't put sharpening stones on them. You have to make the weight stones, which do cost fabric. So, I don't know. I wonder if they changed that, though. Did they change the recipe for those? Because it was like... It was like one stone to make a sharpening stone. Then they changed it to 4 stones to make a sharpening stone. I'm hoping they took it down to like 2 stones and then like a fabric to make a weight stone. Because the fabric is more valuable, far more valuable than the stones are. Because you can just get the stones off the vendor. People just trash those all the time. There's so many of them. They're just not valuable at all. So, I don't know. There needs to be a lot of adjustments, I think, to recipes and their values and how hard they are to make or easy they are to make and all of that. Like jewel crafting items are way too good for what they are. Or how easy they are to make. They're not easy to make. I shouldn't say it that way, because somebody's going to be like, what are you talking about? It took me years to get my jewel crafting up. But you can make them without like killing any challenging monsters. And they're like the best gear in the game, which I don't think that it should be. I think jewel crafting should be decent. They need to buff the jewelry is probably the better way to say that. Because that's one of the items that Hovarth, whatever, drops as well. And it's his worst item that he drops. And it's not his common item. Is the earring. The dull golden hoop. It's complete trash for the level that it drops. God, I can't see. I don't think I've ever seen... We're not going to go that way anymore. I don't think I've ever seen a Dragon's Vigil over there. But yeah, I need to get my jewel crafting up as well. So I got to work on that. It's much more difficult to level now. You know, that kind of destroyed the economy on this server. Is how easy it was to level a lot of trade skills. Just absolutely demolished the economy. Because people were just leveling up trade skills super easy in the beginning. Which, you know, again... we were saying a lot of in alpha, and it wasn't getting changed. But yeah, the economy just got completely destroyed, and now it's just, you're starting to see the inflation. You're starting to see the issue. And it's only been like 7 weeks. What is that glow right there? Is that a... That's a will-o-wisp, okay. But yeah, it's only been 7 weeks, and the economy is just... yeah, it's pretty bad. The only thing, in my opinion, holding the economy together right now is that every week they're adding in 500 new players. And I think that's what's allowing the economy to continue to kind of thrive, because those new players are wanting to do all of the things. So they are taking stuff out of the economy and using up stuff, like it's helping balance things a little bit. But you're not going to see that in a live server. You're not going to see 500 new people coming in, or up to 1,000 people coming in every week. It's not gonna be a pretty sight. Do you think TCL is hard enough now for EA to fix that? For trade skills, no, I don't think it is. I mean, there's certain things that you can do, certain tricks and stuff that people don't even know about. Probably some that I don't even know about, that people are using to level up their trade skills. I still think it's too easy. Hey, we got 146 herbalism. Yay. Like, alchemy right now is probably one of the hardest to level at higher levels. Herbalism is the reason for that. It takes forever to level your herbalism up. And then from that, you level up your alchemy. So people are just not doing it because it's a big pain in the butt. But something like blacksmithing, people are able to level up mining super quickly outside of that time where you get to 145 in mining, and 145 to 150 is kind of a pain in the butt. But other than that, you can take mining up to, like, I think my mining is like 260 something, and it's not hard to level up. And so because of that, you then go to blacksmithing, and blacksmithing is not hard to level up either. You get so much of the rocks, whatever those rocks are, that you can use to make the sharpening stones. You just make a ton of sharpening stones. Every time that you can make sharpening stones, you just craft a bunch of those until you get them trivial, and then you have to craft a few things to get to the next sharpening stone. And it trivializes blacksmithing. So no, I don't think it's hard. Same thing can be done with tailoring and leatherworking. Once you get to those breakpoints to make like leatherworking straps or padded cloth, you just use two leather or two cloth, and you just power through it if you want to level it quickly, right? So it makes it easy. Well, it's not, I shouldn't say it makes it easy. It's not hard to do. I don't know how they can really change that, though. They would have to... I don't know. I need to look at the trade skills a little bit more now that they've changed it. Because it might be better to, like, create specific things with the cloth so that you can use those things to level up other trade skills. Because you're going to need them. Like... For example, for leatherworking right now, to level that up, I have to make specific things. I can't just like throw in two scraps, which is what I was previously doing, which made it very easy. But now I need to make some stuff with tailoring to then put into the leatherworking. So I got to figure out what the fastest way. I think it's actually going to be making saddles or saddle bags. But I need stirrups. So I would use the metal, which I can buy off the vendors to get stirrups, and then just use the claw or the leather to level it up. So. I think I need to get to 180, but I'm not 100% sure. So I'm at 177 now. And then I think at 180 I can make the straps again for the padded leather straps, and that'll take me up. But it might be 200. I don't know. Hey, what's up? So yeah. I don't know. But today we're working on Alchemy. A little bit. Do you know how to get out of the bottom of Black Tide Cave Dungeon? We're stuck? I do, depending on where you are. Where are you in the bottom of the Black Tide Dungeon? They need to remove Gathering and make it vendor bot? Why? Then you just buy everything? That completely removes, like... Wait a minute, I need to go this way. That completely removes herbalism and mining completely out of the game. Like that's not a good solution. Helps the economy? No, it doesn't. It takes money out of the economy, but it doesn't help the economy at all. It makes getting those items trivial. So all it does is literally takes money out of the economy. But the economy is not just money. Oops. Tried swimming up the waterfalls? If you swim... Yeah, you can't swim up the waterfalls anymore. You used to be able to. Aw, dang it. I hate this jump. Exactly, Hoss. Like, that's what it would do, is it would... Oh my god, why can't I make this jump? There we go. Got up there. My goodness. I don't even know if I need to come up this way, though. Like, I don't think I've seen... I don't think I've seen a thing here. We're down by the boats and orcs. Okay, if you're down by the boats, yeah, what you need to do is there is a ramp up. So there's orcs. There's a named orc. I'm trying to explain how to get up there. Yeah, I went in there yesterday on my stream, in the beginning of my stream, but I don't want to, like, tell you to go through that. But there is, so where there's a bunch of orcs that are kind of like on the side of the water, and you got to go up a ramp there near those. Like I can't, it's hard to explain how to get there. I'd have to go like over there and show you. I mean, I don't know what level you are, but you're going to have to fight. You have to fight your way out for sure. Found a ramp up. There's tons of orcs that way. Red to us. Yeah, that's the way you need to go. Sounds like you guys might be kind of stuck. Here, I'll come over there. I'll come see if I can save you. Why not? You're on the PvP server? Then I can't save you. Yeah, there's like literally nothing I can do. That's the way you got to go, though. Did you fall or something off the bridge? Did you fall off the bridge? Because if you fell off the bridge, yeah, like there's literally no way back out unless you fight your way up. It's kind of brutal. We jumped down to spiders, then jumped down to mushrooms exploring. Yeah, the spiders you can get back out of. Because the spiders seem like they were pretty low level. Yeah, that's gonna be rough, man. That's gonna be rough. You're not gonna be able to get out of there without like I mean, invis, you could invis past those if you have invis. That could work. You don't have invis, but we have a rogue. Maybe you have to drag our bodies. That'll probably be your best way, yeah. Just watch out on the rogue. Have them be super duper careful that they don't find something that can see through stealth. But yeah, the ramp up is the only way out that I know of. And it will be through some orcs. Yeah, you used to be able to jump up the waterfall, and they nerfed that. Nerfed. Well, yeah, they bug fixed. They really don't like jumping? Yeah. I mean, I guess you could put it that way. It is kind of silly, though, seeing people jump up waterfalls and jump, like, constantly jump forward. It is kind of silly. Like, I'm kind of with them on that. People were using jump for very silly things. It's not like Final Fantasy XIV when it first came out. And people couldn't jump at all. Like that was just really silly. All right, 20, 40, 60 Dragon's Vigil, 65 Dragon's Vigil. As much as I use the jump mechanic when kiting, I think I'll live with it the way it is. Yeah. I mean, I used it as well. I mean, everybody was using it. Anytime that I would pull something, anytime that I'm going anywhere, I would just jump everywhere. Just constantly. Now, I don't think it should slow you down when you jump. I don't like that. And right now, it does slow you down. I'm pretty sure they've said that's a bug. And they're going to be fixing that. But I don't know. I wasn't a fan of it. Because what did it do? What it ended up doing was making the meta, if you chose, what was it, fast metabolism? It made the meta fast metabolism so you could have 2 more jumps. Which I don't know that was intended. They got to be careful with how they implement traits like that. Some traits are just much stronger than other traits. And that's going to feel bad. Like for example, a wood elf bard using charm, the charm kiting, is much better because they have the ability to hit that invis. Like the instant invis. Or realismness. Yeah, the realism of it does kind of... I don't mind minor changes for the sake of immersion. Yeah, I don't either, you know. There's some that I don't agree with, and there's some that I do agree with. But I don't know. There's a balance there for sure. Oh my gosh, dude. I need to get to 150. 150. You know, I've been saying this a lot lately, but playing a fighter and being at the whim of other people feels really bad. Especially in a game like this, where, well, in the state of the game like this, where people are kind of wishy-washy on if they're going to play or not. I feel like in early access, you'll have more people online and ready to rock, you know, and do stuff. But man, does it feel bad right now. Kind of bums me out, you know. EA moved to October. They doing 200 invites every week with +1s. They're doing like 500 invites right now, Soul. 500 with +1 to both servers. So like 500 +1 to both PvE and PvP, and then just 500 +1 to just the PvP server, which is going to give them bad data. It's really going to give them bad data because how many people I mean, I understand why they did it, but hopefully they're not using that data, because how many people are going to go that are playing on the PvP server and they signed up on the PvP because they just want to get in and play the game, and not because they actually want to play on the PvP server. So they're getting right now inflated PvP numbers for people that probably are not going to play PvP when the game actually releases. I mean, I like that they did it for those people that want to play PvP, to have like more people out there, because that does feel pretty bad when you have less than 10% of the player base that wants to play PvP, and then you're only giving away so many keys for the beta. Like the whole thing just feels really bad. So I get why they did it, but it definitely is inflating those numbers. I have no interest in PvP and these types of games, just want to play. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are in that same boat, and it's feeling bad. It's like those PvP numbers are highly inflated at the moment. But at the same time, maybe people will try out the PvP and end up being like, hey, I really like it, and have fun with it. But we'll see. It's more for server abundance, not really data. Yeah, exactly. That's all it is for right now, is just to get people on the servers. Got a PvP yesterday and only playing PvP because I want to play. Yeah, most people here are the same. Yeah, there's a lot of people over there right now that are not PvPers. So it's kind of skewing that data. People are now going to be like, oh, there's not a lot of ganking going on and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, because people they're not playing the game as a PvPer. You know, they're just not doing it, because why would they? You know, like, they just want to play the PvE side of the game. Did they mention October will also bring more come EA? So, like, more content? Yes. The start of early access now is going to include Module 1. So, there's going to be more zones, more races, more starting locations. All of that stuff is going to be happening, which is a really good change. Because right now, at the start of June EA, if they did it in June EA, it would have only been 2 starting locations. Dude, is this the actual boat and the speed that is currently moving? Because what the heck? Oh, there it goes. Anyway. Back at it every day, man. Every day. I'll be streaming this game every day. I might start streaming some other games. Hopefully you all would be interested in those other games. But I might start streaming some other games since EA was pushed back 5 months. And I do want to... There's a lot I want to do in this game, though. A lot of things I want to test. So I will continue to be playing this game quite a bit. But there might be some times where I just play like some single-player games, or maybe play something like Windrose. So we'll see. Pantheon? I might check out Pantheon. I don't know. I'm torn on that still. I want to see what they actually do with their... like, if they follow through with their spring update promises. Pantheon's spring update, yes, is supposed to have a reset. And they're supposed to have a lot of big changes to the game. If they can follow through with that and actually make a good game and follow through with what they're claiming they want to do, it could be amazing. Could be amazing. I have my doubts, because they just have never really followed through with anything that they've said, unfortunately. Well, if they have, it's taken them forever to do it. So we'll just have to see. Like I'm keeping an eye on Pantheon, but I'm not getting my hopes up. You're gonna play it? Yeah, I mean, it's probably gonna be worth at least checking out to see if it's worth it. Fending so hard. Yeah, I feel you, man. Get Project Quorum. I get it. Here, I'm going to get rid of this. There's a lot of people. Been thinking about trying Pantheon post-wipe as well. Yeah, I mean, I don't really want to try it, to be honest. But I'm curious. Oh, there we go. Got it. Thank you. Thanks for the sow. Do 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 do. You gonna play Dire Lord? I don't know what I would play if I went to play Pantheon. Like, my friends are completely burned out of Pantheon. They don't want to play it at all. Some of them are starting to get burned out on this game already. So, you know, it's one of those things where it's a rough situation right now. I don't know who we're gonna have at this point to play this game. I know that I'll at least be able to get a couple people. I don't know. I think a lot of people will pick up this game when early access hits. But Pantheon, it's going to be like pulling teeth to get people to go over and play that. So if I play Pantheon, I might end up playing a solo-friendly class. And then just leveling it up solo as much as I can, and then trying to group up whenever I can. But I might also play like a box character, like a two-box situation. I could do that too. Pantheon isn't going to hold players. I don't think it will either. I think that Pantheon, come spring update, will get an influx of people to try it out. They'll play it for a week or two. People will go pretty hard into it. They'll level up, and then we'll either know if it's worth it or not worth it to play. It might be worth it. Combat system's too busy. Yeah, I could see that. I like the slower gameplay of this game over Pantheon. The difficulty of the game is based off mob immunities. Didn't they change that though? I thought they were going to change that as far for the spring update. But that's why I might look into it and try it. Might check it out. They remove chevrons. Yeah, well, we'll have to see. We will see. Yeah, I know that they're getting rid of the chevrons, but I thought that like the mobs like requiring player A to do something and requiring player B to do something in combination to be able to actually hit a mob. I thought they were going to get rid of that too. If they're not getting rid of that, it's not going to it's not going to work. It doesn't matter if they get rid of chevrons or not, because if they like the getting rid of chevrons thing isn't really getting rid of chevrons. It's more getting rid of the solo content and making everything chevrons. They're just going to change it, to make it harder, which I think is a good thing. They should make the game more challenging and make it more group friendly. That's what I think a lot of people want out of these new old school MMOs, is they want the game, at least my understanding from what people want, is a game that is group friendly, and it that can be played solo but is group friendly. That's what sets these new old school MMOs apart from other modern MMOs. Pretty much every modern MMO that comes out now is solo friendly, and that kind of, it's not what a lot of us have wanted for a long time. So they still have their traits. They're still going to do that whole thing. Well, we'll have to see. Like I said, I'll to keep an eye on it. We'll watch it, see if it's worth playing. I'll probably log into it, when the spring update hits. Depending on what's going on in this game and how far along I am. So a lot of it's just going to be based on when that spring update happens. We are quickly getting through spring, though. I can tell you that. Because spring has sprung and summer be a-coming. They say they want things to be group friendly. Yeah, they do. They say they want things to be group friendly. But I feel like Pantheon would benefit more. Well, I don't know. I feel like, though, here's the statement I was going to say, and I don't know. I may have to rethink it, but I feel like Pantheon may benefit more from making the game solo friendly but groupable. Whereas I think Monsters and Memories needs to make the game more group focused and less soloable. Because of the way from what I've seen from the player base, from the different player bases, the people that like Pantheon prefer a World of Warcraft style of gameplay. They prefer things to be soloable. If you're a family man, you shouldn't play MMOs. Your wife's not going to allow it. Well, I don't know. I disagree with that. Some couples like to play games together. And on top of that, you could... Wait, is that trivial? Oh, wait, Dragon's Vigil is now trivial at 145. Wait, wait, what am I at? Herblin, 148? Why is that trivial at 148? How do I... What? That's not right. Wait, I'm confused. Why was that trivial? Oh, that was Whispering Sage was trivial. Never mind. Okay, I'm confused. Whispering Sage was trivial. Not Dragon's Vigil. Yeah, I can do Dragon's Vigil up to 150. My wife plays with me and our kids are adult. There you go. To say that it's not going to work is, it's not really a fair statement. Everybody's lives are different. I know people that would be super into football, right? And their spouse absolutely hates football, but they get along. And then I know people that both spouses love football, and they watch it together and enjoy it together. I feel like to make a blanket statement like that is just not fair. It's not fair. Find somebody that appreciates you for you and appreciates what you enjoy. You know, if you have a spouse that absolutely loathes what you enjoy doing, I don't want to be the person that you know, wants people to get separated or divorced or anything. But maybe you're just not meant to be together. Like, I don't know. It's weird. It's, you know, like if you absolutely hate something about somebody, you probably shouldn't be with them. Or vice versa. If you like something that your spouse absolutely hates, and maybe you shouldn't be with that person. Like, you could love that person a lot, but if you are going to choose one thing over the other, clearly one thing's more important. I don't know. It's weird. Imagine letting a woman run you completely. I mean, you know, there's a give and take there. Like today, for example, I went downstairs. My girlfriend was sitting downstairs. My girlfriend's daughter is she's in a volleyball team. And I go to the games. I like going to the games. I have fun going to the games, but I may or may not go today. But that has nothing to do with the game. You know, I wouldn't go because I need to play the game. But last night she did get a little bit upset with me because she made a really delicious dinner. Very delicious dinner. And I was playing this in a group. I'm not going to go over exactly what happened, but things were happening in the game, and I was like, I need to focus on what's going on in the game. So she wasn't super happy with me about that. And I get it. You know, I get it. So, probably worse if they both like football, but like rival teams. I've seen that. House divided Herbstock. I've seen that. You ever see those like little flags in the yard? And it says like house divided, and it's got two different teams. Now, what's really bad about that is if they're opposing teams that are like big rival teams, which is what you're saying, like that's where it gets bad. Like for me, that would be like Florida, Georgia. You know, I'm a Georgia fan. Most of my friends are Georgia fans, but then there's the Florida fans. Like, I don't know that I could ever date a Florida fan. I don't know. I probably could because it wouldn't really affect me too much. My dad's a Florida fan. Hook 'em horns, War Eagles. Yeah, like, I mean, I get it. I get them. You know, like, it's everybody likes their team. That's divorce material. I mean, it can be. Your Alabama Auburn? Ooh, that's rough. Yeah, I don't know how you do that. Like, I didn't have to worry about it too much. Like Georgia Tech? Yeah, you don't got to worry about that. Georgia's going to destroy Georgia Tech like probably like 19 out of 20 times. Georgia's not going to lose to Georgia Tech, most likely. But Auburn, Alabama, you never know who's going to win that game. That could go either way. Depending on the year and depending on a lot of things. Your daughter's going to Arkansas. My niece is going to Florida. And I was like, you're killing me. My stepdad actually went to FSU. And when he found out about my niece going to Florida, he was like, no. It was a whole thing. But, you know, I support her in doing that. I'm glad she's going and getting that full college thing. Like, I didn't get to do that. That's something that I just didn't live through. And sometimes I regret it. Sometimes I don't. I went to Kennesaw State University, a smaller school. And I don't want to go this way. And it was a different college feel completely. I didn't live in dorms. I didn't do any of that stuff. So, and a lot of people, married wives will absolutely divorce them if they spend 3 hours. Well, that's the thing, is like they didn't set that up in the beginning. Like, what if your spouse just wanted to go fishing for hours, often? They just like to go fishing. Would you divorce them for that? What if they like to go shopping, just window shopping, not buying things, because that's a different animal altogether. If they go shopping and they're spending $1,000 every day, then yeah, that's a completely different thing. But I don't know. How I look at it is, we all have our different things, There's things that I don't like about my girlfriend sometimes. It frustrates me. And I'm sure there's things that I do that frustrate her. But it's one of those, are you willing to live with that or not? So, yeah. She's a fan because of her family, so she doesn't care as much. That's good, yeah. That's good. It's just where you were raised. It's weird that a lot of times sports are where you grew up. I'm a big Braves fan, Atlanta Falcons fan, UGA fan, and it's because I grew up in Georgia. Had I grew up in Alabama or grew up in Florida, it would have been different. Florida has had a program where in-state graduates are auto-accepted to all state schools, I believe. There's something weird like that, yeah. My sister lives in Florida, so my niece got into Florida. But she got into a couple schools, I'm pretty sure. She's a good student, like an A student with extracurricular activities, all that kind of stuff. So, good student. Women just don't like games. I mean, generally speaking, depends on the games, though. But that's not really true. It's about a 50-50 split these days. A lot of women like playing video games, but it's a different game. I would say this game is much more male focused as far as, the male to female ratio. This game probably has a lot more men playing it than women. But my girlfriend right now has been playing Genshin Impact. She plays it every day. About as much as I play this game. Not as much, but she plays it a good bit every day. Hey, what's up, Buckwheat? How you doing, bud? Probably because of chat with Twitch, but she's not really trying to play them. Yeah. No, I think it's awesome. Wife and I are both gamers and served in the armed forces. We completely enjoy different games. She's super advanced to Stardew, and I play this. We call it parallel play. Yeah, that's awesome. I love that, Doomer. I think that's fantastic. Like, I go downstairs, and I talk to my girlfriend. She's on the PlayStation playing Genshin Impact. And I can talk to her about it, because I played Genshin Impact a ton. I enjoy that game. And we talk about Legend of Zelda a lot. Like, we both like that. We both like Star Wars a lot. We're both kind of nerds in that respect. But when she looks at this game, she looks at it and goes, super nerd. And she's like, not for me. She's not going to play this game. She might. I might try to convince her to play it. I'm trying to convince her to play it, to try it out. But, yeah. I doubt it'll be like a bunch. We'll see. But you need to have things that you do together and have things you do separately. That's going to be a healthy relationship. If you're always together, you become codependent, which is bad. But if you're never together, why are you together in the first place? So you gotta mix it up. Same with my wife, trying to convince her. Yeah. Yeah, I really enjoy my girlfriend for that. Like, you know, I mean, I enjoy just being around her anyway. She's fun and quirky and just, you know, we like the same kind of things. Stupid comedies, you know, things that are just like absolutely absurd. We enjoy that kind of stuff together. So the way I see it, have hobbies. Yeah. But don't make the hobbies more important than your spouse, family. That's a good way to look at it. Yeah, absolutely. I will absolutely admit that I have done that in the past and I've struggled with it and I've made my hobbies more important than my family sometimes. That's kind of why I tried to turn this into a career so that I can play more. You know, while she's working, I can be doing this, which is working. So yeah, kind of. If you can turn your hobbies and things you enjoy into a job or career, they say, which I'm starting to not agree with more and more that I do it. They say that it makes, you know, you don't work a day in your life if you can turn your hobbies or things that you love into a career. But you still work. Like, I promise you, like, Twitch streaming is fun. Making YouTube videos is fun. But it does take its toll. You do get tired of it. Think codependency is crucial? I don't know. I think that codependency can be a very bad thing. I think it's the opposite. If you do think that you love is your work, you'll start hating it. Yeah, that's exactly where I'm going with that. Like, people say that if you do something you love, you never work a day in your life. But if you take something you love and turn it into a career or a job, you start to hate it, and then you no longer enjoy that thing. So I've seen that too. I have seen that too. And I'm kind of there sometimes with this, you know, like that's one of the things that was keeping me up last night, and the reason I wasn't sleeping too well is because in some ways, because I stream and do content creation and stuff, like I'm not enjoying playing this game as much sometimes. Because I'm playing it so much, talking about it so much, and it's all I do all the time. And, you know, you end up not enjoying it as much. It's that streamer privilege that everyone talks about. You got streamer privilege. Like, no, I don't. No, I don't. You get the privilege of enjoying what you're doing every day. I get the privilege of being yelled at every day for having privilege. Anyway. I was a scuba instructor. It was a job, but for me, it was the best job I ever had. Yeah. I think that, what was it? We went to the Everglades a while back, and there was a guy that lived down in the Everglades. He said he lived there his whole life, and he now he does those like airboat tours, and he's like, this is the greatest job ever. All he does all day long is airboat tours. He just gets on his little airboat, he puts, you know, dozen people on the boat, and goes around in the Everglades and points out alligators and wildlife. Did he live in a van down by the river? I don't know. He might have. I live in a van down by the river. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe. My girlfriend and I were actually talking about that the other day. Funny enough, we were talking about the SNL skit with Chris Farley doing the you know, live in a van down by the river, and we were like, wouldn't it be funny if they got somebody like maybe a Josh Gad that is Chris Farley's character's son, who then is like, I inherited a van down by the river. and just did like the skit, like continued it on SNL. That would be hilarious. And like it would just be like an homage to Chris Farley and his character, and then like still, oh my gosh, dude. I should submit that to SNL and be like, hey, you guys got to do this. I wonder if there's a way to submit skits. I also drove a boat in Nepali coast. Really, that's fun. Did you enjoy it? The Chip and Dale skits really funny too. Dude, all of those are hilarious. You know, like those old school, those old skits with those older, the older crew, SNL crew. Oh my gosh, they're the best. Hey, we got to 150. We can leave this place. We're going to try to go. Whoops, that's the wrong button. We're going to try to go leave and go get mage because I've got dragons. I've got like 80. Well, let's get one. I need one more dragon's vigil. Well, we'll see if we get one more on the way out. I'm going to need a lot more than 80, though. I'm going to need so much more than 80. But maybe I will level up to another tier. Because that'll only be 40 combines, whatever. That probably won't give me a whole lot of skill. But maybe it'll unlock another tier, another thing that I can make with easier to get stuff. Are you enjoying this game a little less lately because of all the discourse surrounding the game? What it should be or development from the outside perspective? Surely that's tiresome with how often it comes up. Yeah, I am. I would absolutely say I am. Like, I enjoy playing this game. I really do. And I think it's a really good game. And I think the development team is great and all that kind of stuff. Like, I'm very positive in that sense. But it has been very taxing to play this game or to stream this game. It's been extremely taxing. If I wasn't a content creator, I would play this game far less, and I would not read the forums. I would not get on Discord. I wouldn't do any of that. I would absolutely avoid it, which I think is what a lot of players are doing. And that's why they're just not informed. And then I think there are other players that are reading the forums and stuff, but they're not actually playing the game. They're just like, I don't want to play the game right now. I'm going to wait for it to be finished. I'm going to give my opinion, though, on the forums constantly. And it's like, well, you know, you can do that, I guess. But here, let's we'll go this way. Just in case. But yeah, I definitely would say that I'm enjoying the game less, yeah. Lately have been. There's also the, like I was saying a few minutes ago, there's the streamer privilege. You know, some content creators are getting called out in the game because they're too positive, they're too negative, their opinions are wrong, and it's an opinion. Opinions can't be wrong by nature. And it's like, we are the same as everyone else, you know? We just stream the content or create videos on the content. We're no different than any other player. Because most of us just are passionate about the game, but we're just like you. We're no different. It's kind of like a celebrity. And I'm not trying to call myself a celebrity by any means, but it's kind of like a celebrity where they make a movie or a TV show, they become super famous, and then all of a sudden now their opinion matters more than everybody else's. No, that's not true at all. Their opinion is their opinion, and it's based on their life choices, etc. And I feel like, you know, I'm the same way. My opinion on this game is no different than anybody else's. It's an opinion. But yeah, it's tiresome is a very good word. It's super tiresome. I get tired of hearing it, just day in and day out. People that just disagree with me, and they're just, well, you're wrong, and you only think that because you play the game, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I know people that play this game more than I do. They just don't stream it. You know? There's people that play this game more than most of the content creators that just don't stream it. They don't talk about it. You just don't know it's happening, but it doesn't mean that... I don't know. I don't get it. You're level 60 and play 80 hours a day? Yeah, but there's a lot of level 60s, and there's a lot of people that play 8 hours a day. They just don't stream it. So how is streaming it different? That doesn't make any sense. It makes zero sense. It you know, that person, because it's just because they're out there. They're more in your face, right? You're able to see them do it. So that's the only reason it makes a difference. Thank you for streaming, as I can't play right now, so this is the next best thing. I enjoy streaming it. I have fun with it, and I appreciate you all being here. It's just there's a few bad apples in all situations, right? There's going to be a few bad apple streamers. There's going to be a few bad apples in the community. You know, there's just a few bad apples. You have to expect fatigue? Yeah, there's always going to be fatigue. Always going to be fatigue with it. I've hardly seen a new opinion on Discord servers since October, which was shortly after starting following MnM. So many dead horses. Oh, yeah. There's very little new opinions. It's people have set in their ways of what their opinion is. Did we looks like we crashed. Not crashed, but didn't load. Alt F4 that. But yeah, there's very few people that are willing to look at a different perspective. Now, I will say that I've seen that lately. Some, where people have literally said to me, Criddle, 6 months ago, I would have disagreed with blah, 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 whatever take that I'm talking about. They were like, I would have disagreed with you 6 months ago. But today I agree with you. And I really enjoy reading that. I only read the forums before a good shower so I can wash all the gross off. I feel you there, Be Chillin'. I feel you there, man. I'm tired of reading the forums here. And that's part of the reason. Like, I try not to post on the forums too much. I want to give feedback, and the devs have specifically asked that we post our feedback on the Discord so that they can go through and look at it. But the Discord can be toxic in many ways. Negative and positive. And it's just like, come on, guys. Like, let people give their feedback. There's a person that gave their feedback the other day. I highly disagreed with them on a lot of their points, but I didn't go and like make a bunch of comments and start arguing with them. Let them have their points, you know? If you disagree with them, you could be like, nah, see, I disagree with this point because of this. Give them a reason. But just to be like, clown face, thumbs down, like, come on. You know, you can have a discussion with people. There's people that disagree with me on charm. There's people that disagree with me on the solo ability versus grouping in this game, and that's fine. Give me a reason why, and we can talk about it. And there's times when people have said something, and I'm like, I didn't think of that, and I agree. In those situations, I agree. But then there's other situations where I just disagree. So yeah. I did get the Onyx shoulders, yes. So I got the Onyx shoulders. I need to get another weapon. There's a couple things I need to get. Anyway. Everyone has their opinion, but you choose to invest your time and money to be able to do it on a public forum. That's true. Yeah, I do. I am spending a lot of time, and rather than going and getting, like, I could go get a job and just get paid and not play this game at all and not share any information about it. I could do that, I guess. And some people would probably like me to do that. Some people would be like, yeah, go get a job, you hooligan. Because they don't look at this as a job. I say to those people, if you don't think this is a job, if you think this is just easy to do, and then you do it. You go do it. It's not as easy as it looks, guys. Like, it's easy to hit live and do it, but it's not easy to maintain it and continue to do it. It's really not. I would say I'm really looking forward to the forthcoming info regarding class overhauls. Me too. Absolutely. I can't wait. That'll be the first real injection of something new and really impactful. Yeah, I agree with you. Like, I think that we really need that information sooner rather than later. Class changes I've heard about from the devs I think are going to be positive direction, making the class more unique versus feeling hybrid. Yes, that is my biggest hope for this, is all of the hybrid classes, every single one of the hybrid classes, don't make them hybrids anymore. That includes the Elementalist for me. Because right now, the Elementalist feels like a hybrid class. It's a wizard with a pet. So, yeah. Wizard with a pet. It's just, feels kind of bad. That place, Howarth, is super highly contested. I had to make a schedule to camp there as earliest as possible. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough getting there. I tend to always disagree. It's my way or the highway. You do tend to disagree with pretty much everything that anybody says. I have no idea how streamers with 50 plus viewers can manage to talk all day. It's rough, guys. It's rough. People think it's easy. Get a job. You're just a degenerate. It's not easy. It's not easy. And not only is it not easy, you don't make much money with it. You have to. This is one of those labor of love kind of situations. I don't always agree with your opinion, but I just keep it to myself. But I like to listen, have informed, made things different too. Yeah. To be fair, you can have a job and still be a degenerate. You can. You absolutely can. I know people that go to work. They go to work. They work their 8-hour day. They go home and they just sit and do nothing with their lives after work. And then they go back to work the next day and they sit and do nothing. Like, I don't know. Yay, I got Sal. It's a hobby. Yeah, I mean, it is a hobby. It's a hobby that you could turn into a career if you're so lucky. I think Shadow Knights won't stray too far from the current design, probably lose pet, and gets more unique spells and places some of the dots. Yeah, I think that's what they need to do, is just take away... Anyway, sorry. I think that's what they need to do. Take away the necro spells from the Shadow Knight and just give it its own unique spells. That's what I would like to see. Work a third of your life isn't necessarily doing nothing. Probably exhausted. Well, no. Like, I mean, most people work 8-hour days, right? So I say to those people, you work an 8-hour day. I worked an 11-hour day or 12-hour day yesterday. I streamed for like 12 hours yesterday. Like, and I know it's sitting in front of a computer, but there's a lot of people that do that. They sit in front of a computer. So any lore that you have found. Okay, let's see if we can find... There's supposed to be the mage bloom in these ruins, right? Anybody know where the mage bloom is at in these ruins? I think it's over here somewhere. So get this. The devs have been discussing 50 classes. What? Not all or any of that will matter. Will be implemented, but that's how many they have thought up. 50 different classes? That's going to be too much. I don't feel like 50 class, like you can come up with 50 different enough classes. Like you gotta have different names to them, but are they going to play differently enough? That's the thing. That sounds like encrypt. It does sound like that to me. But you know, I don't know that you could come up with 50 classes that would be different. That'd be kind of rough. 12 hours of streaming for $50 is a free churro and a free churro. Yeah, basically, yeah, Rabbit. That's exactly what it is. Do you find streaming more hours means more income? For example, 6 hours versus 8 versus 12? I have no idea why they want 50 classes. So, no, streaming more hours does not necessarily mean more money at all. I mean, it can for, like, ad revenue, and it's more like streaming for a long time is more about the opportunity. Like, you might get rated. You might meet that one person that potentially could make your stream a huge success. Hey, Mage Bloom, we could finally do it. Okay, so we have Mage Bloom here. Let's see if we can find Mage Bloom in other places. 18 classes is too much? I agree. I think that 18 classes currently is already too much for the devs to bite off. Like we need less less classes. I mean, golly. At this point, we don't need to take away classes because that's going to feel bad. But yeah, I think 18 is too many. Like they're already struggling trying to separate these classes and make them feel unique and special and fun. No way we need more. No way. Let's see. Considering the state of Spellblade, I want to hold my breath. Yeah, I wouldn't hold my breath for more classes for a while. I mean, I could come up with a few classes that they could add, but would they be different enough and feel different enough? Doubt it. Doubt it. Zebra said they had up to 50 classes. Not that any we put in the game. I mean, I think... I mean, I didn't hear what Zebra said, right? I didn't hear what he said. But I would say that if he said something along those lines, it was like more of a, you know, we've probably come up with 50 different types of classes that we could possibly do in this game. That doesn't mean they have 50 classes that are possibilities for the game, right? But they have back and forth just talked about things, and he's like throwing a number out there saying we probably have 50 different classes that we've talked about, and more of a you know, like a not an I don't want to call it an exaggeration, but just like an off the cuff kind of number that you throw out there, like, man, I saw 1 million cars yesterday, you know, more like that. That's what I see it being like. So yeah, I mean, I've said something similar, and that's where we get a lot of disinformation in the game. And I'm not trying to say you're spreading disinformation by any means. I'm just saying that's where we get a lot of disinformation. Is a dev might say something like, "Man, we probably talked about 50 different classes," and then somebody comes out and says, a dev said they had 50 different classes that, you know, they're going to be implementing into the game. And it's like, no, they're not putting 50 classes into the game. They're using that as a reference of how many classes that they've kind of thought up just in chat, you know, in what they call Slack, which is Slack is kind of like a Discord for employees. If you've ever heard of Slack, it's literally like a Discord for employees. I'd lean on Final Fantasy Tactics, bring in Mediator, Dancer, Calculator. Yeah, there's so many. Final Fantasy has a ton of different types of classes. I mean, you could do it. You could come up with 50 classes, but you got to make them different. Like, I'm surprised that Final Fantasy 14 has the number of classes they have in it. There's a lot of classes in that game. But there's still only, what, 4 tanks? Is it 4 healers now? There's the White Mage, the Scholar. Oh, my gosh. All right, well, you know what? I'm not going to look for Mage Bloom in this storm. Nope. Not going to do it. No, I get what you're saying, Buckwheat. I totally understand what you're saying and where you're coming from. Yeah, it's just we got to be careful how we word that sometimes, because somebody will take that out of context. And oftentimes things are taken out of context when the devs state them. I think Encrypt, who is in chat right now, said something on the forums the other day, and it was not 100% accurate information, and then it got posted on Reddit, and people started to blow it up out of proportion. And it becomes, you know, some of these things, this is, and I'm not trying to pick on Encrypt, it just happened to be, you know, the thing that happened recently. This is maybe why they need a PR community manager, something that sends out the official statements. You know, like, it might be beneficial to have an official statement person and be like, if you don't hear it from that person, then it's just kind of hearsay. Not sure if I will have any substance, but Sean is streaming and chatting right now. Is he? I'm surprised he's streaming this early. I'll go listen to him. Oops. I'm very surprised he's streaming this early. Like, normally he doesn't stream at 11. And it's a Saturday. Wow, this is struggling to load. Holy moly. My computer is struggling right now. What did you say, Encrypt? It was something about the end of early access, or end of the beta happening like in May 1st or something, and you put it on the forums, and then Sean later on said he doesn't want to overstep, then he corrected it like a few posts down, but it was blown out of proportion on Reddit. That was a general statement as far as I know. Exactly, Encrypt. That's what I'm talking about. Like, a lot of things are said by the devs. As far as I know, this is what's going to happen. And then the community is just like, well, a dev said blah, blah, blah. And they take it as absolute fact. And it's like, come on, guys. Like, let's stop doing that. All right, I'm going to listen to Sean a little bit here. We're gonna do it live. Never said anything I say is fact. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Encrypt. Like, I don't. But That's where we got to be careful. That's where I feel like the devs of this game in particular need to be careful, and why I think that maybe a PR person or a community manager person would be beneficial to the game and to the community, because it's a lot of, even what Sean says, people take what he says in jest and they take it as fact. Like the other day on one of his streams, he was like, yeah, Berserker class is coming into the game. It was a complete joke. And there are people in chat going, Berserker class confirmed. And it blows things out of proportion so much. It's crazy. They're very transparent, open, and at this point, some of that might need to be peeled back a bit. I agree. That's where I agree, yeah. 100% agree. Like, maybe we don't need to be... maybe we don't need to be as open as we are, you know? All right, since we had... the sandstorm, we're going to come over here. All right. All right, I'm going to be taking notes for Sean's stream, but I'm going to keep streaming today. I would normally raid him. I don't know how long he's going to be on today. Most of the time he's only on for like an hour or two. Which by the time, honestly, you know what? Maybe we'll just go raid Sean and watch that, because by the time he's done, I might be leaving to go to a volleyball game. Well, maybe... I don't know. We'll see. Feel free to go watch and listen to Sean if you want to. Or stay here. Raids available in the game? They are, yes. There are some raids in the game. Widespread waves. Hello! I saw you were in slaying time. I didn't realize you were in slaying time. That's the guild that was it Primos Gaming is in or something, right? Is he the leader? How many people in raids? Minis you want to bring? Or Primus MMO. That's what it is. Primus. I knew it was something like that. I always get him confused. But Primus MMO, yeah. Is that his guild, or is that like his friend's guild, or is he like the guild leader? I don't even know. He pops around to a lot of games. It is? Okay. Yeah, he pops around to a lot of games. I'm kind of more exclusive to MnM right now. He's cool. He seems like a pretty cool, pretty chill dude. That whole group seems like a pretty chill group. Yeah. No beef from me. You know, let them do their thing. Volleyball jersey? No. And I did my laundry. So, unless it's in my laundry thing, which it shouldn't be, but... Huh? This is my dirty laundry. I doubt it's in there, but I've done my laundry recently. I don't know why it would have gotten thrown in there. Sorry, girlfriend came in. She's got looking for the volleyball jersey. Sorry, I'm listening to Sean as well. You know, what Sean's talking about right now is the piecemealing of patches and stuff. And I think they really should go with kind of what he's saying that they might do, but they may not do. They really need to, in my opinion, they really need to finish something and then put it out to us, rather than put out a little piece here and a little piece here and a little piece here, because in their minds it makes sense, and eventually it's going to add up, like 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1, you know, equals 5 or whatever I said. But instead of just giving us 5, they're giving us 1 1 1 1, you know, and it feels bad to us because we don't know where they're going with it. We don't know what the community's trying to build. Like, where are you trying to get to? Do, 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 do. I want to go back and get Mage Bloom, but we'll do this for a little longer, I guess. I hear somebody jumping. Somebody invisible next to me jumping? Or was that Sean? Oh, I think it was Sean jumping on his stream. Find it. Feels bad that Sean right now sounds like he's talking about specific people. You know? He's not saying specific people, but it sounds like he's talking about specific people, and that feels kind of bad. What he's talking about is very tough in the business world. Extremely hard in the business world. Needed to drop my motorcycle off at the shop? Yeah, that'd be fun. We actually had a bad motorcycle accident near me, fatality, yesterday. Did you hear about that, by the way? Sad. I think a guy was like 22, 23 years old. Supposedly hit some like gravel or rock or something in a road, and it lost control of his bike. At least that's what I read. I don't know any details on it. Yeah, really, really rough. Younger guy. I mean, may have been going too fast, may have been driving recklessly as well. I don't know, but I'm not going to say he was or wasn't. But from what I heard, he hit some gravel in the road. I'll be back. Yeah. Take care, Buckwheat. Have a good one, bud. Is it daytime right now? I feel like it's brighter at night when it's raining. Because it's night right now, I think. Yeah, it's 3 a.m. It's brighter when it's raining. It's weird. I wonder why that is. Kind of excited for Diablo 4 expansion. You know, I might check it out. I didn't buy the last expansion for Diablo 4. I wonder if they're going to do some sort of like buy the current expansion and get the previous expansion or anything like that. Yeah, I didn't get it. But I don't know. We might spend a day playing some Diablo 4. A couple days. Ariel's coming out of heaven. Ooh, that'd be cool. Yeah. I enjoy the Diablo games. What is wife? What is this thing you call wife? You know, one thing that I think Sean needs to do more of right now is more positive talking about the game. And that's coming from somebody who's always talking about negative stuff. Like, constantly I talk negative. I'm a very negative speaker. And I feel like Sean needs to maybe be a little bit more positive. I feel like he hasn't had a lot of positive things to say lately, you know? And that's going to feel bad. Like, everything has just been very defensive from a defensive point. Holy moly. Do, do, do. What's your most OP item currently? I don't really have OP items. But, you know, like my belt, this is probably one of the most sought after items right now. This hammer is really solid. You know, I don't have a lot of really crazy good gear at the moment. I need more. I need to go get more gear, better gear. Yes, 20% haste on a chain belt. Oh, I'm not going that way. I keep forgetting that I'm not going that way. Oh, no. Okay, got it. You don't see it? See it on YouTube or Twitch? Who, Sean? Sean is currently on Twitch. He doesn't co-stream on YouTube. Is that what you're talking about? What's with the title? I thought it was just a month ago. Yeah, they delayed it to October 1st. So, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, big oof. Big oof. Still sending out keys? Yep, every week they're still sending out keys. Like 500 a week or something. It's a ridiculous amount. Hope I get one someday. Yeah. I hope everyone gets one. I mean, I wish we could go into EA. So, you know. Here's the next Friday. Yeah. It's Friday. Oh my god. The Ice Cube, wasn't it? In the Friday movies? Golly. Those movies were hilarious. Do you think the MnM will be able to attract and hold casual audience at all? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, I think it will. There's a casual audience in WoW as well, you know, that just kind of sits in town. You know, there's gonna be people that just like to chill and chat, use like a graphical chat room. I asked because I used to play WildStar back in the day and feel like MnM might be making the same mistake they did, over tailoring all aspects of the game for hardcore audience. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're doing that too much in this game. There's always going to be that, though. They're always going to do that. Where the hardcore players are always going to advance faster, and it's going to look like hardcore. It's made for hardcore players. Hey, what's going on, Sex? How are you doing, bud? More mean that systems UI are fairly obtuse and not explained well, which might alienate new players. That'll definitely be that way, yeah. All the friends have tried to play have quit by level 3 despite us all playing MMOs before. Yeah, I think that that's going to definitely deter a lot of people. I have a friend of mine that's played a bunch of MMOs in the past, and he doesn't want to play this game because it's very clunky. It's very hard to navigate and figure out what to do, where to go, all that kind of stuff. And that's one of those things where like this may not be the game for you kind of thing, because this game is meant to be a go and try it kind of game. See how it functions rather than be told with a tooltip, pop-up tooltip, this is how this functions and this is how this works. You know, it's more trial and error. Figure it out. There's going to be people that don't like that, and there's going to be people that do like that. I don't mind that. I like it. I think it's fun. And then once it, like, knowledge is power in this game more than anything else. Dang it. Also, the community has an issue with gatekeeping, which might further eat into their casual audience, although that might be more prevalent on Discord than actually in game. Yes and no. There's a lot of gatekeeping. There's a lot of gatekeeping in a game like this. It's based on, you know, old school EverQuest style stuff, and even World of Warcraft, where people didn't want to share what they knew because it gave them an advantage. Gave them a very big advantage. But we're also living in a day where we have more, like we have Twitch, we have YouTube, you have, you know, these websites, you have more information easier shared. So I feel like we're trying to force what they did in 1999 with the gatekeeping, but it's not going to end up happening because of all the YouTube videos and Twitch streaming and stuff. So I don't think it's going to be that much of an issue, personally. I really don't think it's going to be that much of an issue. There will be some gatekeeping. Absolutely will be some gatekeeping. Oh, shoot. We need to go. Can I get in the water from here? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I'm going to die. Whew. I hit the water. Barely. Hmm. Hey. Huh? No. I'm listening to Sean stream and streaming myself. That's pretty much it. Yeah. Nice. Maybe take him into like Upper Salmon or something, and you can start actually pulling in there and get XP at the same time. Yeah, they gotta look at it. Yeah. That's kind of one of the things Sean is talking about in his stream today is they're doing a lot of changes that are like, you know, 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 changes rather than giving us the 5 all at once, you know. So it's going to be like they're doing these little changes that are going to feel bad until they get the next change or the next change after that. They're going to have to get a lot of other things in place, and then they're going to be like, okay, now it all adds up and makes sense. And yeah, like I think they need to probably hold off on some of that until they actually get more of it implemented, and then push more of it out at once rather than these little changes that just make it feel bad. But yeah, we'll see what happens. They might. I mean, I hope they nerf it eventually. It is, yeah. What's your played at? Yeah, that's crazy fast. Yeah, when you hit 50, take whatever you have and then double it, and that's pretty much the rate. I mean, it's what it seems like anyway. If you can hit 50 in under 100 hours, which you will be able to do easily, that's going to be crazy good. That's dumb. All right, we got to find more of these Mage Bloom. I don't know where. Nice. Yeah, I've been working on trade skills a lot while you're doing that. I did get my shoulders last night. I got into a pug group and got my shoulders. That's good. Yeah, they do. Always helps. Yeah, it always, everything helps. Oh, he is, yeah. And I get it. I get why he's frustrated. It's going to be like that, though. Like, there's going to be certain items that are going to be super hard chase items like that. They may want to be testing the drop rate on it, though, so. I don't know. Yeah, yeah, there's... Now it's probably left over from previous dev, you know? Yeah, that seems dumb. Yeah, I'd put it on the Discord or something. Let them know. Feedback it, bug it, something. Where the heck are these mage blooms at? Are they only at night? Don't see any more mage bloom. I am seeing 0 Mage Bloom. Ugh. Yeah, we can do that. I mean, upper salmon will be really good too. There's gear there. There's a lot of gear we're missing from over there. Like they've updated and added a lot of stuff. Like a lot of stuff over there. Like we really need to go over there and look for it. Because they haven't added anything with the giants. Like it's all the same exact stuff. Yeah. Yeah, probably not. People just wanted to try something different because it was only going to be for a couple months, you know? And I get that. Yeah. I mean, I almost played like a Shadow Knight or Paladin or something. Which would have been fine. Like, it wouldn't have hurt, but... still wouldn't have been great. Well, yeah, that was a whole bad situation. Well, yeah, I'll talk to you about it more later, but Sean mentioned that today on his stream. Not specifically that, but he mentioned how... basically, he said he didn't want to do a lot of hand-holding. Like, they want to have a team that is able to work independently and do things independently without a lot of hand-holding, or somebody or people that are willing to learn as they go. And, you know, that wasn't happening, I feel like, in that situation. So that's where I'm going. You know what I'm talking about. I don't want to go too much detail, but because I'm streaming, but it sounded like he was talking about specific situations where it was constant hand-holding and constantly having to babysit people. And he just, I think, got tired of it. But yeah, he didn't name anybody specific, but it was kind of bad. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we can do all that. I'm happy to go over there and do it. Like, you know me, I like to do stuff like that, so. Okay. Yeah, sounds good. We can do that. And there's people in the guild, too, that'll be willing to help. Like, Conquest was willing to help out, join us. He wants to level up anyway and get his enchanter up now. So, and Quick has actually been really good. Like, Quick, I grouped with Quick yesterday. He's 49 Spellblade, so, and he's been pretty chill dude. So, we could probably grab him for some DPS and, you know, start helping the guild level up a little bit. Because, I mean, if we're going to be on here for another 6 months, we might as well try to do some of the in-game content, you know? We're still the only people that have done that Nyx stuff, so I would like to try to do that again. Very possible, yes. Like, you have to repair it. Yeah. Yeah, very, very possible. And nobody's figured it out. Yeah, it's very possible, yes. Hang on, I want to listen to this. I've seen one mage bloom over here. Like, how do you get mage bloom, man? This is crazy. Am I just looking in the wrong place? Seriously, like, have no idea what this mage bloom is. I need lots of that stuff, yeah. I mean, if you want to hold on to it, yeah. I don't know. I don't know where to go here. I don't understand how. I don't understand where we're supposed to get Mage Bloom. Because, like, I'm literally not seeing it anywhere over here. I wonder if it just spawns anywhere out in this area. This is really driving me nuts. Okay, there's one right there. I think. Oh, that's an ore. God bless, dude. There's got to be like a day or time or something special here. Yeah, I don't know where the Mage Bloom is. Like, I saw one over here. One. There's got to be other nodes that are causing those to not respawn. So I feel like I have to go like out here, harvest a bunch of stuff to force those to spawn over there. That's got to be what it is, but I don't know. That's going to be frustrating. Like this right here. Like, I'm wondering if that... This is a real pain in the butt. Trying to do this harvesting here. This is awful. This is absolutely awful. Like, what? Yeah, my guess is like we need to get these. I wonder if there's anything up here now. I haven't been up here in a while. This is a weird spot for an iron root. What's in here? Weird. It's one of those locations that you go to and you're like, man, I doubt very many people have been in here. Yeah, I don't know what to do about this Mage Bloom, man. I'm at a loss. All right, sorry. Trying to listen to Sean and reply to some stuff in Sean's stream at the same time as I'm doing stuff here. It's causing some confusion. This is kind of frustrating me at the moment. I don't know where to get this mage bloom at. Like, this seems like the only location is in here. But I feel like it's tied to a bunch of other stuff out here. Literally been running around here for 45 minutes trying to get oh my gosh. Here we go. Nope, this is the... See, this... I'm seeing these. So I'm thinking we need to clear those out in hopes of possibly getting Mage Bloom. Either that or I'm just... Somebody else is coming in behind me and taking up all the Mage Bloom. So I don't know what's going on there. Lots of last breath at the Bone Fiend's graveyard across from the Undead Fort. Just got to dodge stuff. Also Mage Bloom and Witherweed all around the Black Crystals. There's Mage Bloom and the Black Crystals in Glass Flats. You know what you're talking about? Maybe that's where I need to go. I can't find any Mage Bloom over here. I found one. And it's super frustrating because I need Mage Bloom. Maybe I'll go try Glass Flats. Like, maybe there's just only a little bit of Mage Bloom over here. Or maybe there was Mage Bloom over here at one point. There's Mage Bloom right there. There we go. Look at that. As I'm speaking of it, there's a Mage Bloom. I just think maybe it's tied to other... I think it's just tied to other harvesting. Yeah, maybe I'll go to Glass Flats and run around. See if I can find it there. Because I'm not finding much of it over here. It's frustrating. I'm just starting out as a fighter dwarf. Do you have any tips for starting out mining? If you're trying to do mining, it's just kind of a pain. But yeah, just run around and start leveling it up. You're going to do copper until like 60 or something, like pretty high. Like higher than you would think you need to do copper, and then go do 10. And just work on 10 until you get up to silver, and then do silver until you get to 150, and then go do gold and keep working from there. I would not recommend starting out with mining. Just go buy a mining pick and start doing it. It's not hard to level. By the way, Chudster, thank you so much for letting me know about the glass flats. I'll definitely go look into that. Found it on the Monster Memory forums. Okay. Yeah, I'll go check it out. Some of that stuff is outdated. So like I try not to use too much of the forums and websites and stuff. It just depends on when it was posted. But some of it's current, you know, and it's like you never know. I need Sal. There we go. Oh, that's not it. There we go. Are you still there? Sounding like they're going to have fewer servers and just a lot of people on each server. He hasn't said, but they're looking at possibly up to like 10,000 people per server and like 2,000 concurrent. That's going to be a lot. I mean, they're still looking at all the data, but that's just something he mentioned just now. Yeah, like, never mind. Sorry, I'm trying. I'm chatting over in Sean's stream, just kind of goofing off. It's funny because, like, I have been accused of boxing by people, and I'm not doing it. Very specifically, not doing it on this server. Not even trying to do it and hide it or anything like that. You know, I'm very outspoken when it comes to a lot of that stuff. And I'll tell you when I'm doing something that I think is cheesy. You know, we've talked about it many times here where I'll do like we talk about macros. You know, I've used macros in the past, and I think that macros, like mouse and keyboard macros, should be something that you can do. But I don't feel like enough of that's being caught. Like people are clearly they're clearly boxing. But it's like you get a lot of false reports of boxing, and it's like, yeah, but it's pretty easy to get around that. But I don't know. It's rough situation. Okay, so we want to try to find, is it Mage Bloom is over here in these crystals? Five months, 10 days, such a long wait. It is a long wait. Yep. Very long wait. I'm not seeing any harvestables over here whatsoever so far. Oh boy. A consumed one. Mage Bloom. So there's a Mage Bloom there. So we at least found one. Aha, there's another one. This might be the place to come. Okay. Root Rod, are you in here? Are you in this stream? Helping me out. I appreciate it. You're only at 110? Yeah, I think you got to be 150 for Mage Bloom. Run away! Having a heck of a time to get to 125? Yeah, it's rough, man. It took me a while to as well. Like, just getting herbalism up. Sorry, I'm like focusing on too many things at once. It's just a pain in the butt. Nope, there's another flower. Must get it. Must get the flower. This is definitely the place to come, though. But it is higher level, and you got skeletons, so it's a pain in the butt. I'm wondering if I should check other areas other than just the black crystals here. Do they spawn in other areas outside of the black crystals? Do we know? No idea? Just the post? Okay. I'll have to look around maybe in the white crystal area as well. I wonder if they also could share spawn timers with other stuff in the other areas. Let's go look at the white crystal area. Head to white, along. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm gonna try to go to is the white crystals over here. I see you over there. Oh, there's one there. So yeah, out all the way out here in these black crystals too. Good spot here. Good eyes, good eyes. So I'm guessing it's going to be all throughout these crystals. All right, let's go through here. What time is it? 1:30. I'm going to try to camp and come back to clear that aggro. We'll see if I can camp fast enough. Oh, no. I'm not going to make it. There's no way I'm going to make that. 20 seconds? Nope. Not happening. That's all right. We'll just keep the train going. That looks impeding. It does. I'll probably have a pretty big train coming after me right now. I'm good for 36 minutes. I've got Sal. I'm okay. All right, where else are crystals at? Is this it? No, there's more crystals over here. We'll try this area. I want to go through all the crystals. How you doing, though, iTodd? I figure once Sean's done streaming, it'll probably get a little bit more lively in here. I think a lot of people have been watching him, listening to him. They're going to fix the mining nodes? They know about them. I'm assuming they're going to fix them, yeah. But I don't know when. But they do know that is an issue. It is known for sure. And those specters are fast. Oh, there's one. Look at this. Oh, this isn't even a mage bloom, though. This is the other stuff. I wonder if I can get this yet. Nope, can't do that one yet. Pretty good. Slept in a bit early today and playing some single player stuff while listening to Sean. Nice, nice. All right, this is all black crystal area over here. This has got to be more of the mage bloom over here. Like if it's exclusive to the black crystal stuff. I guess we'll find out. If we run far enough, I should be able to camp out, too. Let's see. How far? Is that 20? You think that's a 30-second run from there? Let's find out. That might be a 30-second run from there to here. Go ahead and clear the aggro. What level are these guys? Dark blue. Easter, did you know that these are dark blue skeletons in these, Yeah. I thought they were going to be light blue. Whoa, I saw. I mean, there's a few right now. They are spread out. They're not, like, together, yeah. What's special about this game? The most special thing about this game is how they're developing it. How they're developing it. That's really it. Like the lack of funding and the excess of passion is what makes this game super special, in my opinion. What is it Sean just misspoke about? He accidentally said the wrong date on the next open playtest. He said it was going to be May, the first week of May, but it's going to be the first week of June. Last week of May, first week of June. Hey, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. All right, I don't think that there's going to be a lot over here. I think that's a different type of plant that's in this area versus what's in that other area. So we need to get back down in here into these and look through here a little bit more. But I think that other area is going to be where we need to be for the mage bloom. And this looks like it's going to be for something later on. But let's double check. We'll go through this a little bit more. Yeah, I think we need to go back. I think we need to go back to the other area and just hit up all the mage bloom that's over there. So just run around in that circle. I think it's going to be the way to go. How much? Wrong one again. Mage bloom. I got 9 so far. Multitasking with 2, 4, 6-year-olds? Oh my goodness. Oh goodness. Yeah, good luck with that. I heard Sean reference the upcoming class descriptions. Did he ever mention how soon? He has not said how soon. He doesn't want to speak for the guys that are working on it, but he thinks very soon. It is currently in the hands of the editor, the team editor. So once they get it all edited and looking pretty and worded properly, then they will send it out and submit it. That's where they're currently at. So no time frame yet. But soon, trademark. All right, I am not seeing any more. So we're just going to go back to this other area. I think that other area is where it's going to be at for the Mage Bloom. And we're just going to run around that a bit and level up. I'm probably going to jet before too long. I don't know. We got the kiddos volleyball game today that I should go to. Like to support that. What the heck? Hey, there goes one of the specters that was chasing me. Okay, let's see if we can get back through here. Where did these start at? Was it... Wait, these are the white crystals. I don't think there was much in these white crystals. At least I didn't see much. Kind of zigzag through here a little bit more. I mean, I feel like all I've done today was look for herbs. I think that's all I have done today is look for herbs. The old herbies. Okay, I think there was one that spawned right in here between these two. That one has not respawned, but there's one that spawned here. There could be some that spawned down there. Not seeing any. My goodness, what time is it in game here? It's dark. 9 p.m. Yeah, the problem here is I only have 20 minutes left on my sow. That looks dangerous. I am not seeing... I need to make note of where these Mage Bloom are spawning in here, because I am not seeing them now. Unless somebody came through and harvested them. I love the this like rainbow color that you get out of that. Look at that. That looks so cool. Man, I am not seeing any Mage Bloom here. We know it's over here, though, because I harvested some. So it definitely spawns in here. But I'm wondering, again, if it's one of those things where you have to harvest... You have to harvest the other ones to get these to spawn. Oh, there's one. Wow, that was hard to see. That was hard to see. Okay, so... one in that little nook. I'm just going to have to, like... memorize where these things are at. This is rough. Because this is a maze in here. This is... Hey, what time are y'all gonna leave? Gonna get there at 2:30? Okay. Okay. What's the game starts at 3? And then what do you have plans after that? What's the... Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna try to. Got stuff that I need to do, but I'll try to go out there. Hilarious. Yeah, I am just not finding... I'm not finding much of this stuff over here. I know I should do better. I'm so bad. Oh, there's one, I think. I believe that is one. These are hard to see. These are super hard to see. You gotta do some like weird camera angles and just look like everywhere to be able to find these. Only 13 minutes left on this sow. Ugh. What is that? The heck is this? Is that an arrow just sticking out of the ground? A simple flat stick with a blue cloth is planted firmly into the sand. What is this? I gotta remember where that is. I don't want to sit here and deal with these mobs right now. Those things will probably end up killing me. But what I'm curious what that is, a flag stick? Just like randomly sticking out of the ground there? With a blue cloth is planted firmly into the sand. I want to inspect that. Look at all these mobs. Oh my gosh. Spawn point for an encounter? I don't know what it is. I've never seen it before. But I'm going to try to remember where that is. Because my sal's not going to last long enough, and I don't want to die. But it's like right straight through here. That's going to be hard to find again, probably. But I think I know where it's at. I don't know what it's for, though. There are 4 of them, part of a long quest. What's the quest for? Do you know? I haven't messed with that quest. At least not that I know of. I mean, I haven't done the quest, but I don't know what quest it is either. Oh boy. Chain quest for the Red Mantle faction? Like to gain Red Mantle faction or something else? Yeah, I don't know of that one. Oh, well, I'll have to look into it. Need to be kindly to even start it? Okay. Yeah, raising Red Mantle faction is not challenging from what I understand. I don't even know what mine is. Where is it at? Red Mantle. Let's see. Red Mantles. I'm indifferent. But I want to say that I was like comrade to them on Alpha. And it wasn't too bad raising that. But I don't remember what we fought that gave me Red Mantle faction. We fought something though. Definitely fought something. I know some people kill the Red Mantle guards. It's a way to get XP. And there's some item drops there. Let me see how much we actually had to say. We don't have a lot to say from Sean's stream, but it's not a little to say, but it's not a lot to say. I need to go back through that and listen again to some stuff. The heck? The heck just happened? I went back to look at Sean's stream, and it muted. And I lost all sound to it. Very weird. Very, very weird. Weird. Send me some links of the quest if interested. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll definitely check it out. Well, ladies and gents, I think I'm going to stop there for today. I'm going to try to go to the kiddos' volleyball game. I may or may not stream later today. I may play. I may stream later tonight. I may not. I'll definitely be back on though tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, and then I think on Monday morning, Esar and I are going to try to start doing some stuff. We'll see how it goes. We'll see what we have available. But yeah. But yeah, I appreciate everybody being here. It's been fun. It's been awesome. Sorry for the shorter stream today. Normally I try to do longer streams, although it has been almost a 5-hour-long stream. So, but yeah, I am going to try to be back tomorrow and do some more. So thank you so much for being here. Do appreciate it. Take care. Have a good one. Enjoy the rest of your weekend if I don't see you. And I'll see you next time. Bye.